Welcome to the City Council's June 14th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers in accordance with public health guidelines for in-person meetings and participating remotely to promote social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present. Vice Mayor Jen Willison, City Council members Drew Combs, Ray Mueller, and Cecilia Taylor. Staff present include Interim City Manager Justin Murphy, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Heron. City Clerk Heron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And again, echoing a welcome to our special and regular meeting of June 14th. For those in attendance who wish to provide public comment on any item on tonight's agenda, we ask that after the mayor calls for public comment on that item, you engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9 at that time. That concludes my introductions. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from city council members under city council member reports. Does the city council wish to pull or modify any agenda items? All right, we have no modifications. City Clerk Heron, please call for public comment on the closed session items.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our closed session items, item D1, closed session on public employment evaluation for city attorney, or item D2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. All right, and our first speaker will be City Council Member Combs.
Yeah, thank you, City Clerk Heron. I'm providing this public comment on the closed session item in connection with the city attorney evaluation. This is in response to a request that I had for the council to consider a legal expenditures transparency policy. I want to make it clear for the record that I think it is improper that this was scheduled as a closed session item. I think that it should have been scheduled as a session for the regular agenda. I don't think it touches on the issues that usually relate to closed session items. So I want to make that clear. While I will participate, I think that scheduling this as a closed session item was improper and is part of an effort to move this discussion from public and press scrutiny. Secondly, I wanted to make the comment that I'd also requested that the city had independent legal counsel on this issue. I think that for the city only to be getting counsel from the city attorney on this issue, who is principally the party that would be providing the information in connection with the legal expenditures policy, it presents a conflict. And I had requested more clarification on the city attorney's presence, given that what I saw as a conflict, and I have requested additional information on why this was scheduled as a closed session item. And I have not to date received answers to any of those questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on our closed session items D1 and D2. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you very much. The City Council will now adjourn to closed session and report out immediately following the closed session. We are anticipating reconvening to the regular meeting at 6 p.m.
Having a quorum of our city council return to our virtual dais. Mayor Nash, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you. I would like to reconvene the June 14th meeting and introduce City Attorney Doherty for a report out from the closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. There is no reportable action.
Thank you. Councilmember Combs.
I'd like to add, given that one of the closed session items was a proposal from me that while I stand by my assertion that it could have been a discussion for open session, I am very supportive and appreciative of the council direction on the item that I proposed.
Thank you very much. We have two proclamations tonight. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on items F1 or F2?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item F1, proclamation recognizing Juneteenth Day, or item F2, proclamation recognizing June 2022 as Pride Month, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 now. So this will be the final call for public comment on our presentation and proclamations F1 and F2. And Dana, I will be promoting you for F2 just as soon as we get there. Seeing no further hands, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. The first proclamation is recognizing Juneteenth Day. Juneteenth Day. Whereas Juneteenth is the oldest known celebration commemorating the end of slavery in the United States, and whereas President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, declaring that all persons held as slaves within the rebellious states are and henceforward shall be free, paving the way for the passing of the 13th Amendment, which formally abolished slavery in the United States of America. And whereas Juneteenth, or June 19th, 1865, is that joyous day when a cavalry of 7,000 federal troops descended on Galveston, Texas, the westernmost state in the country, to liberate enslaved Americans 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation had granted them their freedom. And whereas June 19th has an empowering meaning in American history and is called Juneteenth, combining the words of June and 19th, and has been celebrated by the Black community for over 150 years, making it the oldest African-American holiday observance in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates African-American freedom and emphasizes education and achievement. It is a day, a week, and in some areas a month, marked with celebrations, guest speakers, picnics, and family gatherings. It is a time for reflection and rejoicing. It is a time for assessment, self-improvement, and planning for the future. And whereas Juneteenth symbolizes freedom, celebrates the abolishment of slavery, and reminds all Americans of the significant contributions of African Americans to our society. And whereas Juneteenth celebrations are a tribute to those African Americans then and now who fought so long and worked so hard to make the dream of equality a reality. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Betsy Nash, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, do hereby proclaim June 2022 as the month to celebrate Juneteenth Day in Menlo Park, California, and urge all people to become more aware and continually educated on the significance of this celebration in Black history and in the heritage of our nation, designating the raising of the Juneteenth flag during this time. Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And at this time, I want to thank you for putting together the proclamation for the city. I know it's been done over the past couple of years, and I do appreciate it. Also, I wanted to make a request that we consider flying the flag indefinitely, and not just for a day or a month, but actually it's a part of American history. So thank you.
Thank you. The second proclamation is recognizing June 2022 as Pride Month. Whereas the City Council of Menlo Park recognizes and proclaims the month of June 2022 as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ Pride Month throughout the city of Menlo Park. And whereas Menlo Park joins the County of San Mateo to observe Pride Month with a pride flag raising ceremony to honor the history of the LGBTQ liberation movement and to support the rights of all residents to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas the rainbow flag is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for LGBTQ people in society. And whereas all humans are born free and equal in dignity and rights, LGBTQ individuals have had immeasurable impact to the cultural, civic, and economic successes of our country. And whereas the city of Menlo Park is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQ people in our diverse community. And whereas while society as at large increasingly supports LGBTQ equality, it is essential to acknowledge that the need for education and awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice. And whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has infinite dignity and worth, and the City Council calls upon the people of this municipality to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for San Mateo County's LGBTQ community and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the rainbow flag raised on June 1st, recognizing all LGBTQ residents whose influential and lasting contributions to our neighborhood make Menlo Park a vibrant community in which to live, work, and visit. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Betsy Nash, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council and City, hereby proclaims the month of June 2022 as Pride Month in support of the LGBTQ community. Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dana Johnson. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I identify as gender non-binary. I'm an LGBTQ commissioner, Pride Initiative co-chair, Coast Pride board member, and LGBTQI+ activist. On behalf of the LGBTQ Commission and LGBTQI+ community, I would like to thank the Menlo Park City Council for raising the Progress Pride flag and the proclamation of expression of affirmation and inclusion to LGBTQI+ community in San Mateo County. My fellow commissioners and I will continue to advocate the importance of an equitable and inclusive community for our diverse LGBTQI+ community. We embrace diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And we are thankful and proud that we have worked on the historical effort of getting the cities in this county and various county buildings to raise the Progress Pride flag. We will continue to advocate for visibility, inclusion, representation, and belonging for LGBTQI+ community members, and the importance of equitable funding, LGBTQI+ programs, and services. I'm thankful for the National Month to reference Pride, but for me and many LGBTQI+ people, every month is Pride Month. I embrace Pride 365 days of the year. Thank you again for this wonderful proclamation and raising the Progress Pride flag. Happy Pride and solidarity, I stand.
Thank you. Happy Pride. The next item is public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the city council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. I will call for public comment at the appropriate time for members of the public to address the city council on any item under agenda sections, consent calendar, public hearing, regular business, informational items. City Clerk Karen, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on public comment for items not on tonight's agenda, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Cheryl.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Cheryl Schaff, a Menlo Park resident at 953 Cotton Street and a member of the Menlo Park climate team that produced the We Love Earth Festival, April 16th. I'm speaking briefly on behalf of the climate team to share what we learned. The goal of the festival was to provide outreach to residents about our escalating climate crisis and solutions that exist now. The number of people involved was impressive. 725 registered, 490 attended, 51 exhibitors brought 100 staff, 25 volunteers worked, 9 steering committee members produced it, 6 guest speakers talked to residents, 35 young artists created art for it. In total, at least 665 people were directly involved in the festival. As one of the volunteers asking hundreds of local businesses to display festival posters, I'm pleased to say it was an easy sell. 98% of businesses said yes, often commenting, "We need to do something." We conclude the festival was a huge success, considering how many people were focused on sustainability, that it was our first event, and there were many competing Earth Day events. At the Menlo Spark booth, dozens of people signed a petition for a rapid transition from methane gas to clean all-electric homes and buildings by 2030. The event modeled sustainable eating when lunch vendors sold more than 300 vegetarian or vegan items. Peninsula Clean Energy said attendees were more informed and motivated than those at other events, a great audience for promoting difficult action steps like heat pump water heaters. Exhibitor Harvest Thermal said their experience was valuable and they'd like to be invited back. Their new electric appliance provides both space and water heating in one unit. Our team learned 5 important things. Number 1, impactful outreach is possible with collaboration, lots of people power, and funds, more than what volunteers alone can offer. 2, a broad contingent of residents and businesses is concerned about our climate emergency. 3, they want city leaders to talk about the severity of this crisis and take action now to meet CAP goals. 4, residents and businesses are looking for reasons to hope and leadership in stoking that hope. 5, they expect the progressive leadership in mitigating climate catastrophe that they saw when council adopted the CAP. Finally, our team has a question for the council. How can we move this council to designate significantly more staff, focus, and funds to meet our CAP goals? Our team and our city are not set up to succeed. Thank you. This concludes my comments.
Thank you for your comment. So I did see a hand up from Katie Bruzy, but it looks like it was put down. So I will give one final call for general public comment for items not on the agenda. Great. So our final speaker will be Katie Bruzy.
Hi, Council. I wanted to speak quickly. I got an email that there's going to be a downtown chamber and business alliance meeting tomorrow morning. And I wanted to flag for you that I recently went to the Guild Theater, which was amazing. Great venue, great experience. And I rode my bike there, which was great until the point where I had to try to lock it up. And I would encourage you, I think I saw that Drew Dunleavy was going to be making a presentation tomorrow. And if any one of you is planning on going to the meeting, to maybe flag this issue. I think it's an eminently bikeable location. We don't have a lot of nearby parking lots. I think we should be encouraging people to ride bikes there. But they need safe places to be stored. And I know I wasn't the only person who was walking around with my bike looking for a place to lock it up. But anyway, really happy about the Guild, hope to go to other shows there in the future. And I hope that we can make it more accessible in this way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Seeing no further hands, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the city council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. Is there any city council discussion or questions on the consent calendar? And I might note, it's wonderful to have all council members on the dais tonight. All right. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our consent calendar consisting of items H1, City Council meeting minutes, H2, resolution to continue conducting City Council and advisory body meetings remotely, H3, adoption of a resolution changing the City Council regular meeting schedule, replacing November 8th with November 1st of 2022, H4, adoption of a resolution of giving notice of holding the candidate election in districts 1, 2, and 4. And H5, adoption of a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Sheffables to continue the food delivery service at the Bellhaven Child Development Center. Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items H1 through H5. Seeing no hands, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Is there a motion or a second on the table to approve the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor.
Yeah, I'll second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Willison. City Clerk Karen, could you please state the vote and state the motion and call for the vote?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Taylor, a second by Vice Mayor Willison to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs,
Yes.
City Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Willison,
Yes.
Mayor Nash.
Yes,
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
thank you. Public hearing. This public hearing is a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. The public hearing tonight is I1, public hearing on proposed fiscal year 2022-23 budget and capital improvement plan. To introduce the item is Interim Finance Director Marvin Davis.
Okay, good evening, Councilman. Can you can hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So this item before the council tonight is the 2022-23 proposed budget. And we have a presentation as well. We will be reviewing, we would take different segments of it. City Manager Murphy, once we start the presentation, he'll probably give some comments. And then Administrative Service Director Mary will take some of the slides. I will take some of the slides, as well as Nikki, our Public Works Director. And then there's an opportunity to take questions, and we can stop doing the presentation at any time. So we're looking at the staff report now. And the staff report presented before council outlines the proposed budget and outlines the additional service level enhancements that are being requested. It goes into how the budget was developed. During the presentation, we'll go a little bit into that as well. It goes into the potential resources that staff has put forward to be able to recommend a balanced budget for this year. There is some unique resources available this year. And as we get into the presentation, we will comment on some of those. Goes into the general funds forecast. We have a little information on the 5-year forecast for the general fund. Goes into development of the fund balance for the general fund, and we compare that with reserve requirements that the city has adopted. We go into a little bit of an understanding of non-departmental transactions that are unique in terms of segregating proper receipts into one-time funds. And then, like I mentioned, there is opportunity to review the service level enhancements. Once we get to the slides, we can review those. And then obviously we are requesting adoption of resolutions or guidance for staff to come back between now and the 28th with any type of adjustments that council may recommend. And so I'm going to start the presentation. And can everyone see my screen?
Nothing yet, Marvin.
Okay, so let me go to this guy here. Okay. No, that was the wrong thing. Okay. Okay, I think it's this. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, this slideshow from the beginning. And now I think I'm going to, let's see, this guy here.
I'm able to display it, just assuming that the one in box is the most current.
Yeah, it's the most current.
Okay, perfect. I can go ahead and start sharing.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Thank you, Judy.
So confirming staff is able to see the presentation as well.
Yes, I can see it.
Awesome.
I can start off. Good evening, Mayor Nash, members of the City Council, public and staff. The agenda for the presentation is to go through a budget overview. We have a proposed budget, department budget summary, the general fund 5-year forecast, and we actually have some information on the capital improvement program, along with next steps, budget team information, and then we'll go to comments and questions. And next slide. So the budget is the foundation. We draft the budget on the City Council priorities, continuing on the 2023 housing element and related zoning code and documents, climate action plan, Connect Menlo community amenities list update, Menlo Park community campus, and Caltrain rail corridor quiet zone analysis. Next slide. Thank you. Fiscal year 2022-23 City Council considerations. For the baseline budget, we're working very hard to fill the vacancies. We've been talking about that for the last few months. This includes $3.9 million in transfer to the capital program, $2.5 million transfer to the general capital for Chrysler Pump Station. Now, Nikki will go over those in the capital discussion. Service level enhancements are currently included for council consideration at a cost of $3.5 million. And we have the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds. We remember these are the federal stimulus funds. The city receives 8.3 million. We're expecting the second payment soon. This funding must be used by December 2024. For fiscal year 2021 to 22 budget, there was an authorized 2.91 million and 0.85 million was used. Revenues were actually a little bit higher in the year, so that adjustment was made mid-year. For fiscal year 2022-23, the budget includes, the proposed budget includes 3.7 million. This would be the remaining 2.06 million from the prior authorization, and 1.64 million is the proposed new authorization. Next slide. We have some historical trend notes here. Marvin's going to go into more detail with the proposed budget, but and I've got some graphs following that'll really show the impact of the pandemic. Citywide, we had revenue loss 14.3 million over the period of fiscal years 2019-20 and 2020-21. General fund of that loss was 7.3 million. And citywide after the pandemic, we're seeing rebounding, and we show in those 2 years 35.3 million, and 8.3 million of that is the ARPA funding. The general fund accounts for 8.3 million of increase, and the largest city category, citywide category, is the charges for services and taxes for the general fund. Expense-wise, we have expense reductions that occurred of about 4.3 million. General fund was the main impact there, and we know that we had the FTE reduction of 44. Next slide, please. So citywide revenues, we show the 5 years, starting with 2018-19, where we show the dip in the middle, 2020-21, where we really see that impact. And then we see the rebounding. We noted that ARPA funding is a lot of the 2021-22 forecast. That funding comes in, and citywide it comes in, and it's been in a specifically designated fund to be segregated from general fund and other funds. And then 2022-23 budget, we show revenues increasing a little bit more. Next slide, please. Citywide expenses, we kind of show the same pattern where you've got the dip in the middle, 2020-2021. And the forecast for this year is a bit better. And for next year, we have increases in expenses that are kind of offsetting the revenues. A lot of that, you see, we're a service organization, so a large component of that is labor and operating costs related to, there's picking up of activity related to development and other activities citywide. Next slide, please. For general fund revenues, similar pattern. You see the drop in the center, 2020, 2021. And then in the 2022-23 budget, we have programmed in the proposed budget use of half of the ARPA funding. And we also have some internal service fund rebalance. Marvin might talk about that a little bit later. We have evaluated the internal service funds, and those funds are really intended to collect and allocate the cost citywide of internal services. And we had a little bit of collection of cash in those funds. They're not intended to really do that, and it's most likely because of that activity being so different in the last couple of years. So we've rebalanced that and distributed it back out. So the only fund that would accumulate funds would be the vehicle replacement fund. Next slide, please. Citywide expenses, I think this is actually, sorry, general fund expenses. They have the similar pattern with the drop in the center. And here you again see that major component, which is the labor as a service organization. And then you see in the 2022-23 budget, there's a rebounding. And next slide, please. So now I'm going to turn it over to Marvin, Interim Finance Director. He's going to take over on the proposed budget.
Okay, so we'll go to the next slide. And so this is the proposed budget, and we'll walk through the revenue assumptions within the budget and expense assumptions, and then the resulting reserve impact. So the revenue assumptions, revenues are forecasted, the budget of revenues is forecasted over the forecasted amount. And so the budget for revenues assumes we would receive a 2.8 million over the fiscal year 2021 forecast. And this is provided for us by HDL. Our transit TOT forecast, we're forecasting 2 million over the end of year this year. And this includes our Citizen M, and we're setting this at a level of 9 million. The revenue assumptions include the use of 3.7 of ARPA. This is half of ARPA, and ARPA has to be used by December 2024. Now, this was Mary had mentioned before. This is a one-time rebalancing of our internal service funds. It results in the general fund receiving 2.3 million. The enterprise funds also receive a small portion for theirs, but those funds are not intended to accumulate balances other than just the vehicle replacement fund. The expense assumptions, we assuming 290 FTEs. This includes 18.75 for service level enhancements. It's all within the budget. It's assuming COLA. We went with a 2% CPI for benefits. This is health and all the other types. That's somewhat conservative, but we did go with 2. Our OPEB doesn't have to be funded. The city has, we have about 3 million credit in our OPEB trust fund. And so this does not have to be funded, so we didn't put anything in it. The budget also includes funding of the unfunded accrued liability. And if we keep at this pace, we should amortize that liability in about 15 years. The budget assumes the 5% vacancy factor. We actually finished April at about 11% vacancy, but we're assuming 5. This year, we are proposing additional transfers for the capital program. Typically, it's about 3 million, but we're recommending 3.8 just in general support. And then this year, we also recommending 2.5 for the Chrysler pump station. And given all of these assumptions, the reserves would be maintained. The emergency policy reserve would be maintained at 15%, and the economic policy would be maintained at 20%. The unassigned forecasts, these are found in your attachments. I think there are in Q. The unassigned forecast is about 9.7 for the general fund, and it's about 2.6 given these budget assumptions for this end of year. And so we could go to the next slide. Now this slide here is staff segregating one-time payments out of the general fund. So therefore you can see the impact, and it's in addition to that is this council's guidance. We have the one-time payment for Facebook coming in, and I think this is Fund 111. We have the Bayfront Facebook service contribution coming in, and that fund, I think it's 300 and something. We have about 20 million in lieu amenities. None of this is hitting the general fund, is segregated. This Measure T assessment is the increase of assessments due to the issuance of the new debt. It'll go up to about 2.4. I think it was like 1.8 last year. The solid waste and the water, they received some rebalancing of about 750, but all of that is not rebalancing for them. It is included in it. And you can see the impact of the rebalancing. The internal service funds received 3.5, but when you look at the expense side, they're paying out 6.2. So essentially, we're clearing out about 2.8 million from the internal service funds. And essentially, we're leaving a small amount in all the funds other than the vehicle replacement fund. You can see ARPA, we're recommending, and that's pretty much this slide here. The Measure T bonds, this is the debt service part, and the above measure T is the assessments. Okay, and so we'll go to the next slide. So this is the citywide FTEs over the prior 5 years, and you can see the pandemic impact. The city we went down 44 FTEs during the pandemic, and now we're trying to come back. And so we'll go to the next slide. So this is the 5-year forecast. And of course, it's a forecast, and this is attachment P in your materials. And so we'll go to the first slide. And we didn't include the assumptions in the PowerPoint, but they're in attachment P. So these assumptions, what they're saying is that underneath the assumptions in that attachment P, the general fund over the 5-year period would be able to maintain the contingency, the emergency contingency reserve over the 5-year period. So we go to the next slide. Now this slide here is the economic stabilization reserve. What it is saying is that if the general fund went with the budget assumptions for 5 years, it would not be sustainable. And so we have done some other forecasting, and we have a lot of adjustments we can make. But these slides are saying that at the current budget level, it wouldn't be sustainable. And so now we go to the, I think the next slide is capital. No, this is the, in this slide here, we gave a summary in terms of all of the budgets across the city and the percentages of that department. And so you can see the contributions for each department, and you can see the baseline 271, and then the 18 and the 290. And then essentially service level enhancements, ongoing labor would be about 2.8. And so now we'll go to capital, and we'll turn it over to Nikki.
Great, thank you, Marvin. Good evening, council members. I'm Nikki Nagaya, Public Works Director for the city, and I'll just give a brief overview tonight of the capital improvement program that is included in the fiscal year 22-23 budget. So next slide, Judy. Thank you. So overall, the CIP includes 62 funded and carryover projects. There are 26 that are proposed for new funding next fiscal year, and those are spread across 7 different categories as listed on this slide here. There are also 12 programmatic categories of projects, including things like minor improvements to our parks, sports fields renovation, traffic signal modifications, and those projects program funds each year to be able to handle annual maintenance and capital need requests as they come up as well. Next slide. So in terms of the funding sources for the capital improvement program, as Marvin and Mary both indicated earlier, we typically have an annual transfer of approximately $3 million into the program, but it's also supplemented with a variety of other sources. We rely heavily on a number of grants, as well as dedicated funding sources for water, transportation impact fees, the stormwater program, solid waste, and others. And then there are also development agreement, negotiated community benefits, and funding associated with those, like the Downtown Amenities Fund. And as well, for this year, we've also added the Measure T bonds to supplement the funding for parks and recreation projects as well. In prior fiscal years, we've also made transfers at the end of the year to pre-fund a number of capital projects that were larger than the transfer would typically accommodate. And so those are listed here, some examples of sidewalk construction projects, as well as the Chrysler Pump Station and the Nealon Park Playground. Next slide. So just to recap some of the progress that we've made over the last fiscal year, this slide is summarizing some of the completed projects that have been wrapped up. So we've resurfaced both Middle Avenue and Willow Road. Willow Road also received a specialized rubberized asphalt treatment as well. So that was done last fall. I've installed hydration stations and new water fountains at city facilities and parks across the city, completed pathway repairs and replacement in Sharon Park, completed a number of buildings minor tasks. So those are kind of minor maintenance projects to renovate the Burgess Pool Chemical Room, complete electrical and equipment upgrades for next gen 911 service, and then replace the roof at the Menlo Atherton Cooperative Nursery School on Middle Avenue, as the city owns that building. We also completed two large water system plans, the Urban Water Management Plan, which the council adopted last summer, and then I've also completed a post-earthquake water operations plan to improve our emergency response and resiliency in case of a major emergency and system outage. Next slide. And finally, on the CIP this evening, I'll just highlight some of the new projects that are proposed for funding this next fiscal year. So as I mentioned, there are 26 proposed to receive new funds. Those fall into three general categories, things that are related to city council priorities and work plan projects. And two primarily in that bucket are related to replacement of the Burgess Pool heating equipment, which is a major contributor of the natural gas and emissions from city operations, as well as a study to upgrade the electrical service for the Civic Center to better accommodate electrical vehicle charging and building electrification. Those are both related to the Climate Action Plan goals. And then in terms of other previously planned project, the CIP is a 5-year planning document. And so we advance projects that have often been identified for a number of years each year. Some of those are listed here and include renovations to the Burgess Pool lobby, the Willow Oaks Park improvements, which the council saw conceptual designs for in May of this year, as well as park playground equipment, replacing playground equipment at both Willow Oaks and Burgess Park as part of that work. Continuing work on the San Francisco Creek upstream flood protection project. So we've been starting to set aside funding to be able to make the city's contribution towards that project, which will be needed in the next few years. And then Willow Road and Newbridge Street bicycle and pedestrian improvements of moving forward with a grant application to advance that work. It should be submitted later this week. And then Chrysler pump station replacement, which you've heard a couple of times tonight. This is a major stormwater pump station located at Chrysler Drive and Bayfront Expressway that helps drain stormwater and rainfall runoff from the majority of the Bayfront area, move it across Bayfront Expressway to prevent flooding in case of major storm events, which we're seeing occur more frequently and with more intensity as we see the impacts of climate change over time. And then the last category is related to maintenance and operational needs. And so these are generally things that need replacement, equipment like the police radio replacement identified here, replacement of the Kelly Park turf and track, a study of the funding for the storm system, a study of the shuttle system for which we received a grant from the Caltrans planning grants earlier this year, a local road safety plan to look at investments in the transportation system. It's a new requirement to compete for grant funds in a number of state and federal sources. And then finally, updates to the check valves at 2 of the water turnout stations at Burgess and Hill Avenues, as well as a booster pump station for the water system. And with that, that concludes an overview of the CIP. So I will turn over now to City Manager Murphy to talk about the next steps tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Public Works Director Nagaya. So we are now in the home stretch of the presentation. So I'll talk about next steps. So and I'll also kind of recap last week and this week. So last week there was the budget workshop. So that was broadcast live, the videos online. There's a more detailed, extensive presentation that was given by each of the individual, similar to this evening, but also included presentations by each department. Tonight is the public hearing. So this is an opportunity for the public and the council to make comments, ask questions. Ultimately, we'd be looking for council direction later, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And the next step is council meeting on June 28th, where we'd be looking for adoption. So the city is obligated to have an adopted budget by July 1. So target date is June 28th. There is also the option of special meetings if need be, but the budget does need to be adopted no later than June 30th. So I may just kind of summarize a few things about the budget that's presented for your consideration this evening. So there's a certain cautious optimism about where we're at to be able to be rebuilding staff. There was mentioned about the focus that we have on recruitment, filling vacancies. Pretty large amount of vacancies in the organization. I think as of last month, there was 11%. You'll see some talk about a vacancy factor, an assumption in the 5-year forecast, looking for that vacancy rate to go down, but it's still going to be with the organization for the foreseeable future. We're also looking to restore services, and we can go through some of the service level enhancements. A lot of those are, as we mentioned, we're a service organization that's mainly related to staffing. So there are requests for staff associated with those services, and we will go through each of those later this evening. But there's that optimism, but we also do have caution when we look at the 5-year forecast. There's some uncertainty in the future. There's some lack of revenue to fully fiscally sustain what's being proposed this evening. So there is some caution there. So you'll also see in this proposal that there's use of one-time money between the Internal Service Fund transfer, the use of the American Rescue Plan Act money. We don't typically like to use one-time money, but in this instance, we do believe that is appropriate use of those funds. But there is some concern about the future. So happy to field some questions about the 5-year forecast, what went into some of those assumptions, whether some of those assumptions could be modified slightly. So happy to get into that a little bit this evening. I did mention the service level enhancements. We will, after the city council opens to public comment, field general questions. We're happy to work with the council to go through each of the individual service level enhancements. Most of them are related to staff requests. There are a couple that are more focused on contract services, but we would seek direction. You may recall in April, we did go through the majority of these service level enhancement requests with the council, and now we're looking for confirmation for inclusion in the budget for adoption at the end of June. So it's just one more opportunity now that the council has some more information in front of them about whether to include those in the budget. One thing about some of the staffing requests to keep in mind is there's a lead time to actually fill those positions. Some of the positions on the list are not yet even created. So there's a multi-step process through human resources that we need to go through to create job descriptions, come back to the council with a salary schedule amendment. So though there are certain proposed positions that would take time to fill, for the most part, in what we've presented, we're trying to present the 12-month cost of those positions, and then we apply a vacancy factor to kind of reduce those expenses a little bit, but when we present them, we're presenting them in 12-month dollar values because we believe that that's the best representation for the future year impacts. We'll also have opportunities to check in with the council throughout the year. The staff report does identify a couple items that are likely to require a mid-year budget amendment. So there will be opportunities for us to check in with the council throughout the year. We will continue to provide quarterly updates from a personnel perspective in terms of vacancies. So there's opportunities even upon adoption of the budget for the council to make adjustments throughout the year. So ultimately, this evening, we are looking for direction about any key assumptions or components of the proposed budget to either include or exclude so that we can make any revisions as requested and present that as a budget for adoption on the 28th. So there's a number of documents attached to the staff report this evening in terms of the resolutions. Tonight's also an opportunity that if there's questions about those documents, we do intend to come back with any final revisions based off tonight's direction and have those ready for the council's adoption. So with that, I would like to just recognize a few people that critical in the budget preparation. 3 of them presented to you this evening. So Marvin Davis, Mary Morris, Mayorga, and Nikki Nagaya. So compliments to them, but also some of the people behind the scenes that are critical to this process, including Ronnie Singh and Aaron Romero. So those are the people that do quite a bit of heavy lifting. May not see them on screen, but critical to the process. So with that, I think that concludes the staff presentation. Happy to field any sort of clarifying procedural questions right now, but otherwise be a good opportunity for the council to open up the public hearing for public comment.
Thank you very much. And it's just momentous effort to pull all this together. So are there any clarifying questions from council before we open the public hearing? All right, I would like to open the public hearing. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item I-1, public hearing on proposed fiscal year 2022-23 budget and capital improvement plan, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident, and compliments to the city staff for bringing forward a budget, which is a significant amount of work for the city. I have just a few comments and questions on a few of the topics in the budget. One is in looking at the staff report, talking about the mid-year update. There were a few items that were mentioned for the mid-year update, but there's one thing that's coming forward that was not mentioned. And the city, as in conjunction with the housing element process, is also working on an environmental and safety element of the general plan. And those could conceivably come forward with items that would potentially be included for a mid-year budget update. And so it would be good to have those considered because that information will be available by the time of that mid-year budget update. Then a couple of questions and comments on the capital improvement plan relating to transportation. Glad to see the Willow Road safety items move forward for pedestrians and cyclists in the area north of 101. This is a long-standing hazard in our city. So it's good to see the investments moving forward to improve safety for people. And my last question is in the capital projects. One of the things that I did not see, and maybe I just didn't look in the right place, was moving forward of the grade separation project. There is right now at a unprecedented amount of money flowing down to the region from federal funding, including funding that's available for grade separations. And there may be funding in that category from the state budget surplus as well. And so Menlo Park really has a unique opportunity to be able to move forward our project and potentially get this qualified for additional funding to move it forward. This is something the city has been working on for many years, and it would be good to be able to take advantage of the funding sources that are distinctively available at this moment in time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on our public hearing item related to the 2023 budget. Our next speaker will be Lynn Bramlett, followed by Pam Jones.
Good evening, Council. This is Lynn Bramlett, and I have a number of points I want to make. I was disappointed. First, I recognized that a lot of work went into this. However, I was concerned that the presentation did not start with goals for our city and how the spending will lead to achieving those goals. And this just seems to me a systemic, ongoing issue. Ms. Levin, just before me, talked about the environmental justice and safety. The 2013 safety element has many goals that were never operationalized. And I see this in a number of our planning efforts. We also heard about a group for climate change, making that a priority. And we're also sitting on a potential disaster for which we are not prepared for. And that would be the eruption of the Hayward Fault, or maybe a wildfire crossing over into our area. So I think it's time to, with all due respect, look at the overall organizational structure where we don't need services. I never hear about what services we don't want and that are being discontinued. And how does the element of program feedback fit into this? For example, a number of years ago, the departments had program reviews where the staff worked directly with a consultant. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but nonetheless, there were actionable suggestions. And I don't know that we've heard any kind of an update related to that. And a number of our efforts, Connect Menlo, I don't consider that a legal land use update. So it's kind of like, in a way, it's time to kind of look at the system without fault finding and kind of, let's move forward better. And I am concerned about, adding a lot of staff, especially when we don't have the funds necessarily long-term. In terms of ARPA funding, that means our national debt, the more we take that money, it's just going to get bigger. And I'm concerned about that. And I think more of the money we do have should be focused more on paying down pension liabilities, long-term debt, including the RDA debt. And then we could kind of see what property taxes are coming in based on that, and more tangible services for the residents. And then finally, I would like to see a budget document more like the one I'm looking at from the city of Palo Alto, where it's very clear they have org charts with maybe the high level roles, and then they have specifics. They have a very clear description of the program and how it benefits the residents. They have performance measures. I think it's time to look at where we could make some improvements toward a better Menlo Park. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our final speaker will be Pam Jones.
Good evening, council and staff, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on the budget. I actually do find this an exciting time of the year. And a couple of things that I noticed, but one of them that just popped up now as I'm going through the different pages and familiarizing myself is that under the revenue funds, there, the Facebook Beat 4 is specifically identified. And I thought we got rid of that term, Facebook Beat 4, and that we were using public safety funds. So that was very clear that the funds came out of the general budget, and we're not, it wasn't as though Facebook was paying us for a service directly, because that brought into the conversation that Facebook had their own police department. The second thing is, and I submitted this in writing, but I wanted to bring this up because I think it's important for other people that might be interested in it. But I wanted to have a clear understanding of the pass-through Las Pulgas funds. Where does that money come from? And the questions that I specifically had is, are they the residents and businesses in the Las Pulgas community development area? Which brought me to, are the residents and businesses in the Las Pulgas community development area, are they continuing, well, are we continuing to pay taxes that are lowering this original debt? So answering the question as to where the pass-through Las Pulgas funds actually come from, whose specific taxes, then that would question how it would go into the general fund, because if it was just, if it's funds that were paid for by a specific group of Menlo Park residents, is it appropriate to put it in the general fund so the rest of the city of Menlo Park, and I'm not really being selfish, but the rest of the city of Menlo Park is using the funds that we paid taxes on, because I do pay, I think, on that. It would be nice to know if we have any remaining debt and get a report from the County Oversight Board so that we understand where we are with that. And the last one was with the ERAF. And I just wanted to know how that money was distributed, and are all the school districts that are affected by the current and proposed development equally considered when we're allocating funds from ERAF? So thank you. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. Seeing no further hands, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing and open for city council discussion. Is there anyone who wants to start? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Just to follow up on some of the questions that were asked on the public comment, if there was any opportunity to respond from staff.
Yes, we definitely go through some of the questions. So there's 3 speakers. So Mayor, do you want staff to try to go through?
That would be
some of them
terrific.
are
Yes,
statements as
please.
opposed to questions. So focused on the questions.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, so and there may be kind of a couple. Yeah, so do you want to start with the first one that I got was related to the housing element and the potential as to whether or not there'd be a mid-year adjustment? So, okay. So with that, if I could ask Assistant Community Development Director Deanna Chow to come talk to that question.
Thank you, Mayor Nash and members of the City Council. I'm Deanna Chow, excuse me, the Assistant Community Development Director. And I think the question was that we are working on our housing element, our environmental justice element, as well as our safety element. And could there be programs that would warrant a mid-year budget, depending upon if there are programs that are to be implemented during this upcoming fiscal year. As we are working on the document, and there could be programs that we would need to coordinate potentially with our department or with other departments, depending upon what that program would be. So I would say that there could be a potential for a mid-year budget, but at this point, nothing has been identified.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Chow. Just a follow-up question. In the past, have there been funds allocated for programming prior to the adoption of the housing element? Just to make sure things were funded?
Sure. I don't know I don't recall the specifics if we have allocated specific funding. I do know that one of our housing element programs is the continuation of our notice of funding availability, and that is dependent upon like BMR funds that we do receive. In our housing revenues, you'll see that we are anticipating collection of BMR fees, and that would then be contributed towards ANOFA, which is anticipated during this upcoming fiscal year. In terms of other programs, I don't specifically recall in our last housing element if we did budget funds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So I do see what I had, two more questions somewhat related to CIP. So let's see if Public Works Director Nikki Nagaya can field those.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I got one question, so I may need some help on what the second one was, but the one I captured was a status update on grade separation and a desire to see that move along. So I can speak to that one, and if I'm missing one, please jump in. So in terms of Caltrain grade separation, Ms. Levin said there's been a long time the city's been working on options for grade separation on the Caltrain corridor. The city council in early 2020 had provided direction on a preferred alternative to advance, as well as authorize staff to proceed with a scope of work for studying a fully elevated grade separation option before we move into detailed design. So that study, since since the scope was approved, has been on hold over the last 2 years in light of the pandemic and some transitions we've had with the transportation team. But now we've refilled some of those vacancies and are looking to begin that work again this summer. We hope to then be back in front of the council to take a fresh look at that scope, since it is now about 2.5 years old, to make sure that we start off on the right foot. We expect to do that in the fall, and then would kick off that work again. So that's kind of where we are with grade separation at this point in time.
Is there anything, thank you very much for the update. And is there anything that we can be doing at this point to capture some of the funding for grade separation that is available at the federal level, as Ms. Levin explained?
Yeah, I think the basic next step is that we will need to advance a funding request to our funding partners, primarily the San Mateo County Transportation Authority, as well as potentially the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and other regional entities for the next phase of work, which is detailed design and environmental clearance. And so in order to do that, I think we need to complete this additional scope of work around the fully elevated grade separation option that the council had authorized, so that we can then take from that the preferred option and move it into design and environmental. So I think our first step is to review that scope of work, which again, we expect to start doing this summer in the next few weeks. So I don't think there's anything else in the meantime, where our ability to access funding is really primarily driven based on a request to those funding partners. And to do that, I think the scope of work is that our primary next step.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you, Ms. Nagaya. Just following up then, given that we're going to restart this topic, I'd feel much more comfortable changing the status from on hold. Would it be possible to update the CIP list? Right now, it's number 56, Caltrain grade separation is showing on hold. Would it be appropriate to just change that designation? Because I know that was used as a rationale when some of the conversations, in addition to other things, but when some of the conversations earlier this year were happening about federal funding.
Sure, yeah, we can update that status. I think as we were preparing the status update, we were very cognizant of where the council may think that the project status was. And so we didn't want to give a false impression that it had started already, but it will start soon. So I think that's fair. We can update the status at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. So I also did not have a second item on the list.
I think it was probably more of a comment. So yes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
So then moving to the second speaker, most of my notes probably reflect a comment, but if the council believes that there's a question in there, happy to field it. I can just say generally, I think there's quite a bit of support in terms of being able to do some things slightly differently. A big part is the staffing capacity to be able to take that on. So I don't think there's any disagreement on being able to pursue some of these things. It's just a matter of the bandwidth too. But was there a question in there that anybody had? Okay. So then moving on to the third speaker. So I did record a few different items. I can just say on the first one, if there's a reference to Facebook Beat 4, then that's just an error, and we can amend that document. So that's not how we're approaching things. So we can definitely correct that. There were a couple of questions about Las Pulgas and ERAF. Happy to see if there's any potential to respond to those this evening, but if not, we can definitely follow up with the staff report with the responses to those questions. I know that there's a more detailed email that came in, so we can look at that and respond to the questions. But if there's, so if that timing works for the council, I'd probably give you the most comprehensive response, but if you'd like a little bit more this evening, I can see if there could be assistance.
It's fine to respond in more later. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Much appreciated. Who would like to, anything else that you wanted to bring up, Councilmember Taylor, at this point? Not at the moment. Okay. So actually, how are we going through it? Thank you. There was, do we have a slide which provides what we are actually looking to decide tonight?
Great, yes. So I don't know if we have the slide for that, and maybe we can work on that. I apologize, but what we do have for sure is the service level enhancements. So we have that we can go through with the council. So this is what's on the screen now is from attachment C to the staff report. So this list should seem familiar to council. All of it's been discussed previously, but now we're at the point of confirming whether it should be in the budget brought forth for adoption. So happy to go through this at the appropriate time. The other thing generally that I would look for council feedback on would be related to any assumptions in the 5-year forecast that you've got questions about or would like us to look a little bit more closely at. Like one example could be transient occupancy tax. I think that based off some updates that we received today, that there may be some assumptions that we'd like to revisit there. So there's the 5-year forecast. And then there's any other assumptions about revenue. So one key revenue source is the city's utility users tax, and there's a multi-step process associated with that. So the proposed budget includes a reduced rate from the 3.5% to the 1% we would appreciate some feedback and direction from council tonight about the UUT. So if you'd like to group them, the service level enhancements, there's the overall questions about expenditures, revenue, and then if there's any other assumptions that factor into 5-year forecast. So those would be the 4 basic buckets.
Thank you. Yes, let's go through the service level enhancements first. And so perhaps, excellent.
Great.
Let's just take these one by one. I think we can hopefully go through them quite quickly.
Okay, great. So I can maybe just frame them a little bit in that I believe that they're may just need to kind of explain this chart a little bit for the benefit of the public. So the fund, the majority of these positions are from the city's general fund, which is the largest fund. The city has the greatest flexibility on, but it's also in times greatest demand for resources. So there's the fund, the majority of these are general fund. There's 2 positions that are not from the general fund. Department here, it's more within the budgeting department. Sometimes it's a division or program. So we can kind of clarify these, but for example, the first 3 are within the city manager's office. So we have members from the executive team or department heads that can kind of speak to these items. So as an example, I'll be covering these first 3 items. The description of the service level request, FTE stands for full-time equivalent. It's a staff person, a benefited staff person. They may be filling a position either at a half-time, 3/4 time, or full-time. So that labor estimate is a 12-month estimate, fully loaded for salary and benefits. And then the last column is that we can fill in this evening is yes, no, maybe in terms of whether there's council support for these various positions. And you can think of it as a straw poll in a way, because there are trade-offs in terms of this is on the expenditure side. There's some revenue impacts. So, but we would like initial reactions from the council. And if there's a need to revisit these once you address the other topics that I identified, then that's fair.
Exactly. Excellent. Thank you. So looking at the first 3 in the city manager's office, the city clerk, is there any concern about city clerk? Do we have all votes? Okay. City clerk is a yes. Public engagement graphic designer. Councilmember Combs.
So I do have some concerns about this position. One, has the city ever had a graphic designer? So first I'll ask
that. Potentially decades ago when it was a different view of graphics, potentially, but not near term. So that's where today in the recent decade or so, that's mainly been delivered either by a contract service or through staff that may have some graphic design skills. So this is an effort to actually focus this in a person who's dedicated to preparing that.
Okay, so here's my concerns, and I'll let you respond. One, I mean, there generally is no sort of real progression route for a graphic designer in the city. It's a sort of one position. And so what sort of career development is offered? Is it truly economically beneficial for us to have this as a FT position versus as it is now, where we contract out on an as needed basis? And then I think my third concern is that when it comes to sort of graphic designing, obviously there's no need for the city to kind of reinvent the wheel. I mean, it seems like a lot of this stuff should be kind of templatized. And again, it's always easy for someone to not know a job to say, oh, it's really easy to do that job. And then you try doing that job and you realize how hard it is. So I do appreciate that. But and so it's my concerns that like, yeah, there is this the most efficient way to fulfill the need here, is my concerns.
Great. So fair questions. So career development, indeed, it's unlikely that we'd be creating a series. It's something where there may be other lateral and diagonal growth. So that's something that would be considered a consideration. We don't have, as I said, we don't have the job description, so we'd have to create the job description, go through that process. So that would be a consideration. In terms of contracting out as needed, yes, if we had greater success with that, we wouldn't be coming to you with this request. So, but it could be revisited again. I would, if there is not a desire for a full-time equivalent at this time, I would definitely be asking for contract services in lieu of that. So there'd still be a dollar amount. It may be comparable dollar amount, but wouldn't have that long-term concerns related to full-time equivalents in terms of benefits. And then the third one, in terms of templatizing, is what I wrote down. Part of the objective of such a position would be to actually create some of the templates that then make some of the work that we're doing more routine. So this person, the idea would be to help with some of those templates. So so all fair questions. I know that there's a number of other considerations on this list. This position did have some questions previously. I would like to preserve the right to keep this in the mix a little bit longer, even if it's not included in this year's budget, to spend a little bit more time on how we solve for this. You will see some references to public engagement and some of the other service level enhancement requests. So I think at the end of the day, we are trying to bolster our public engagement services.
So I will venture to put it as a maybe. I don't know what others, maybe. Okay. And next we have a sustainability management analyst 1-2. I'm seeing nods here. I agree. We just had a public comment, actually, Councilmember Combs.
So this one I again have some questions about, and so the current state is that when it comes to the sustainability sort of team office, there is Ms. Lucky, right? And then there is another position that's being hired for, right? And then there is this position.
There actually is an individual there now who came from planning, Ori Paz.
Oh yeah, no. So this would be the third position, right? And but then there was another person who I thought was assisting Ms. Lucky at times. Was that person never really assigned to sustainability, or did that person leave the city?
Let's see. So without getting into the too specific,
Yeah, I don't want to get into.
somebody did change departments and is still employed by the city. And then there's been some contract assistance within sustainability. So I'm not sure if it was one or both of those positions they may be thinking of.
So currently the office is 2 people, and with this it would be 3 people.
Correct. Yes.
My concern is that for a city this size is in a general sense, I think 3 people is a lot to have in this area. What's the size of like the housing team? I know we just lost someone there, but how many people are in housing?
Let's see, in terms of funded positions, right now, there'd be two positions. And then within this the service level enhancement, there's a request for a third position.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's just hard for me to wrap my brain. The consensus of the council may be in favor of this, but it's hard for me to wrap my brain around a city of this size, having a team of 3 dedicated to this. But I mean, I won't belabor the point. If the majority is there, then that's fine, and we can move on.
I will just say I'm a strong yes. We're a smaller city, but we have tremendous impacts from climate change, starting with all of our Bayfront area, which and going all the way through throughout the city. So I'm strongly supportive of this. Councilmember.
Yeah, when it comes back with the budget for adoption, I'd like to see what the staff size is for Palo Alto, Redwood City, and some other comparison cities.
So is this a yes, but with a, or is this a?
Well, there's three for yes. For me, it's maybe right now. I want to see what Palo Alto and other jurisdictions, what the size of that they're dedicating resources to.
Understood.
So,
okay. Are council member?
Thank you. My question, Mr. Murphy, is there any concern about using contract services for sustainability?
So currently there is some limited amount of contract services. Contract services definitely work in certain situations, and whatever we can use them, we try to. There's other limitations that we've come across as well. So we believe that there's enough work and the type of work that it would warrant being full-time equivalent. But similarly, if the council was not interested in a full-time equivalent here, we would probably be looking to, in some ways, bolster the contract services.
I have a follow-up question, Mayor Nash, if that's okay. And that is, if we approve the adding one more person to sustainability, and it takes a while to hire, you'll use contract services to supplement during that time period?
Good question. And if we can, yes, but sometimes it's challenging to find the available people for the work. So I would probably, if our focus is on a full-time equivalent, I'd probably rather have our collective focus on that, because it's for us to go through our procurement process on contract services is challenging as well sometimes.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Willison.
Yeah, I'm a strong yes. I can't remember exactly how many FTEs the climate action plan had outlined.
6 to start.
Okay. So I recognize that, we might be bigger than some cities, but we also have an extremely ambitious climate action plan that I want us to have a chance in succeeding in. Thank you.
Councilmember Taylor, are you a yes or a maybe?
Honestly, I am looking at which one of these not to support, because I do think we need to bolster up our housing. So it's difficult looking at the list if we're picking and choosing. So right now, put me as a maybe.
All right, we've got 3 maybes and moving on to the police department. We have the first item is 3 community service officers. I will say I'm a strong yes. Councilmember Taylor. Do you want to ask for follow-up? Councilmember Taylor, would you like to ask a question for, to follow up since Chief Norris is not here tonight?
Correct, Council. Chief Norris is not here this evening, had a unplanned emergency, but we do have Commander TJ Moffett who's available. So between myself and Commander Moffett, I believe we can field questions. And if it's a question that is challenging to answer on the spot, like I said previously, we can come back with the more detailed information. But feel free to ask the question.
Thank you. And this is my understanding of one of the public comments, is being able to explain what the service level enhancement is based on the FTE's position and what that looks like for residents in Menlo Park. And I think this is a good one on the list to start with, if that's possible. Thank you.
Right, so just so I'm clear, because I think I would turn it to Commander Moffett, but it's asking for more of an explanation for the 3 community service officers, like going through that one first, and then you'll and then there's 2 others from police, but it's the community services officers, which I think is 2 plus a third. So with that, I could turn it over to Commander Moffett. Great.
Good evening, Mayor Nash and members of the council. TJ Moffett, Commander with the Police Department. In regards to the 3 CSO positions, we are looking to restore 2 community service officer or CSO positions that were lost during the pandemic. For those 2, the goal is to have them specifically assigned to patrol to provide an alternative, unarmed, non-sworn response to low-level or low-risk calls that don't necessarily warrant an armed response from a sworn police officer. That provides the right person to handle those calls while also freeing up sworn personnel to focus on incidents and activity that are more within their purview. Our hope is that by utilizing these 2 positions, it also provides an opportunity for us to begin once again staffing hours at the neighborhood service station in the Bellhaven. The 3rd CSO position would be assigned more to training and public relations area of the police department, with a focus on really helping with community engagement and outreach, both in person and also better leveraging social media in our efforts to continue to be communicative and provide outreach education and transparency. This is a position that would help reestablish things amongst our goals, such as our community academy. With that, I'll welcome any other questions that you have regarding those 3 positions.
Thank you, Commander Moffett.
Councilmember Mueller.
I'm in support of the positions.
Okay, we've got 3 in support, so this is a yes. Does anyone else want to weigh in, or just 3 is good enough at this point? The tip. Oh, 4? Okay. 5. Okay, we have 5 yes. Thank you. The next is, excuse me, 3 traffic unit and staffing support, again with the Public Safety Department. Does anyone want to start off on this one? Councilmember Mueller.
I'll just say I'm in support. I think we need him.
Okay, we've got 5 yes. Next is the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator, again in the Public Safety Department, 1 position. Councilmember Combs.
So I have questions. I mean, do we really feel that we have like enough work in this area for a single FTE position? And not that I'm saying that like we should like sort of get rid of it, but like could you have like a person who's emergency preparedness coordinator half time and maybe a sustainability analyst the other half of the time? I mean, it just seems like because right now to date, we've relied on like a quarter of a person, right, from the fire department or like a half of a person. I'm not sure. I just have concerns if this is, and I know part of this is building up an infrastructure in this area that the city doesn't currently have. But again, given a city of our size, it's hard for me to wrap my brain around the idea of this being, one person's sole job.
Great. So this may be a tag team effort. Happy to first defer to Commander Moffett, and then I may have some additional thoughts.
So with this position, definitely looking for certain direction from council. Currently, as structured, we do utilize a shared resource with the fire district. I believe at a cost of approximately $50,000 a year. This would be alternatively a dedicated resource, helping in pending a crafting of a job description, but potentially assisting with things like disaster preparedness training, planning and response to and recovery from potential disasters, serving as a liaison with outside agencies. But I'll defer to the city manager for any additional feedback.
Great. So that's all good. We can definitely scale it. I mean, as some people comment, there's quite a bit that the city could be doing to prepare for things. I'd say where there's some potential overlap and something that we could look at, especially because this is a new position. This is an example where we would need to be working on the job description. We could be looking at some of the overlap between this position and the resiliency position in sustainability. So there's definitely some potential efficiencies there. So we would just want to be specific about what people are doing and focused on. I would, whether it's a half-time position, three-quarter time position, full-time position, we could work through some of these, but I think for the most part, having the ability to try to recruit for a full-time position gives us the greatest potential for success. Once we start combining things, it's a little challenging. So I think this would be an example where we'd have to be establishing a job description, coming back with a salary schedule amendment. So that would be a time to kind of check in with the city council about what exactly the position would be doing.
So you're telling me there are no emergency preparedness graphic designers out there that the city can hire? Okay, I guess, well, I see Councilmember Mueller has his lights on, so I'll let him speak.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's definitely a skill set that people are trained to do. It's not something you should split time on. Like if you're going to, I mean, basically what it is if we're doing this, like it's saying the city's all in. Basically, like we're going to run a hub program, because this person is going to be busy, assumably building a hazard mitigation plan for the city, trying to figure out how we respond in different scenarios, working with the community. It's a tremendous opportunity to do community engagement. My only concern is candidly so if we're doing it, we have to be fully committed to doing it, but also community stakeholders are having to be willing to give over responsibility to the city to do it. And that hasn't historically been how it's been done in Menlo Park. And the situation with the fire district, where the fire district was running it, and the engagement with certain programs throughout the city. I think that if we're going to do it, we're going to commit to it. We have to make sure that we're setting I almost feel like we have to get the fire district on board with what we're doing, because it's a significant commitment. And then we're going to have to, then we're going to need to get all the stakeholders on board that this person is going to be running the program. And so I'm fine with putting the bucket together for it, but not necessarily pulling the trigger on the hire until all the logistics of that we're setting this position up for success is done. Because there's going to be, I don't think it's just like we put it in the budget and then we say go. I think there's a lot of different people have turf here. So.
Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you. Yeah, I think while I appreciate that the fire district has been kind of carrying our water here, I think there's been a lot that hasn't, I feel like we've been lucky, let me just say that, in terms of our preparation. And as long as we don't address this and have this type of position and do this work within our own organization and really liaise properly with other organizations, we're just one disaster away from a potentially really terrible situation. So I'm in support of kind of launching this and going all in on this. I still am a little, this might be kind of to Councilmember Mueller's point in figuring out really what this is, exactly where this should live. And I understand the arguments for it living in police. But part of me wants to, I don't know, share it with the city manager's office or something. So I'm still not 100% sure on how we're setting up this position. And that's why I'd like to have more conversations around this going forward. But I certainly see the value in having this position.
Councilmember Combs.
I was just going to quickly say, I think I'm still a maybe, but I think you have your 3 votes. So I'll back out of the discussion now.
City Manager Murphy, did you want to? Okay.
I would just share that everywhere I've seen it, it's been in a public safety organization that it's run. But I do think my only concern, speaking again, is just to do it right, we're going to need buy-in from the fire district that it's ours. So
I think that's a really good point. And we do have a new fire chief, Lorenzen, and have a wonderful opportunity to partner with them. So yes, and I am strongly for this. I think it's something we cannot get up and running fast enough, but doing it right. So we have 3 votes. Are there more votes? I'm sorry, Commander Moffett.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to share that along the same vein of that discussion, Chief Norris has had preliminary discussions as we've explored this potential service level enhancement and with the fire district and with the chief, and those have been productive and receptive conversations up to this point with the limited planning and scope that we have.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. Just my follow-up questions. One is, why is this under administration? And then the second is, does this mean that our contract with the fire district, the emergency preparedness, would be null and void? That would end.
I can speak briefly on it, and then I'll again defer to the city manager. But I think the intent is it falls under administration in the sense that is likely a position that would report to the chief of police rather than, for example, a patrol function. Yet there would need to be some sort of a transition from our current contractual agreement with the fire district to this position. It wouldn't be a combination of those 2 programs. It would be an either or scenario, in my estimation.
So Department 240 is a police administration. It's an administration position. I'm sorry, it's an administration function within the police department is what this is indicating as far as department.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. All right. So this is a yes. Next is gymnastics. This is 5 3/4 individuals. Does Mr. Reinhardt have any introduction of this? Oh, actually, let's take a break first and come back at 8:25 in 9 minutes. Thank you.
Having a quorum of the city council, return to our dais. Mayor Nash, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you. And I think we'll make a slight change on the next item where we'll actually discuss it up at the dais. And if we have questions, we can have those answered as opposed to get a presentation ahead. So I believe that was item on gymnastics for 5 3/4 head count. Who would like to start? Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thanks. Obviously, I'm supportive of this. I do think it is important to point out that, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, of all of the other service level enhancements, the gymnastics service level enhancement is the only one that actually produces revenue or is its own revenue source. And so in theory, these costs are more like startup fees in connection rather than sort of like ongoing costs at that level. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in that way, I do think that is irrespective, I'm supportive of this, but I do think that in that way it is distinguishable from some of these other service level enhancements.
I am also supportive. However, I am slightly concerned about just being able to get the program up and running with also just making sure that we've got the correct, well, I guess so with the MPCC service level enhancements that we'll be hearing about in the autumn timeframe and just how all of these work together. But I do understand that this is something that would should be revenues will offset the program costs, not in the first year, but hopefully soon after, and that it's something that we do have a program set up for. The one other piece of this that I'm interested in is making sure that our residents have priority for this and just figuring out how we can make sure that all of our services are focused on our residents. Other comments? Vice Mayor Willison.
Yeah, I'm supportive.
Looks like we've got a 5 yes. The next item is housing. This is a half FTE equivalent for the housing. And I guess I will ask the first question, and that's in the prior report. I think it was in April. It was for a full FTE. And what was the?
I can quickly clarify, but then.
Thank you.
Deanna Chow can go into more detail, but it's pretty much split between 2 funds, one the general fund and one BMR housing fund. And that's why it's showing up in 2 parts in this table.
Thank you. I should have seen that. Any Councilmember Taylor?
Thank you. Oh, why are the positions not full-time?
And I appreciate that this, we could have presented it a different way, but it's a single full-time position with 2 different funding sources. Sorry if that wasn't clear.
Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you. That actually, I don't know if we need to go down a rabbit hole of this question tonight, but it's just a question I have about the BMR fund in general. Ms. Chow, I believe when the question came up earlier about potential programs that might be implemented through a mid-year budget review or something coming out of the housing element, there was an acknowledgement that potentially BMR funds would be used, and BMR funds are being used for half of this position. I don't have the, while I appreciate the use of funds getting our work done, my top desire is to use our BMR funds to produce the housing and to do no fuzz and to really produce, protect, and the other P of housing. I can't remember it off the top of my head. So I'm just curious how the BMR fund is defined. And again, if you want me to, we can talk about this another time, but it just raised some questions for me about when we use the general fund versus when we use the BMR fund, and also whether my colleagues had the same kind of idea that I did about BMR funding for actual kind of tangible BMR things. So that was my question.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Willison. So our BMR funds, excuse me, are used to, as you mentioned, to produce and to protect and to preserve our affordable housing. And we are proposing to split our funds between the general fund and our BMR funds. And we do believe our staff is supporting our housing production. And so it is directly being used to support, as what you were mentioning, our BMR guidelines, and I can pull those up in a minute and describe what are the functions in which the BMR funds could be used.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. So have we used BMR funds for positions in the past, or is this the first time?
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. So we currently do use BMR funds to support our existing positions. And the two existing positions, I believe, is Interim City Manager Murphy mentioned earlier. It is a Deputy Community Development Director or a Housing Manager, as well as an additional management analyst.
I actually have never heard this before. So it's actually used for both of those other housing positions?
I believe they are, BMR funds are used to support 50% of each of those two positions. I can confirm.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you, Ms. Chow. And so my follow-up, because that's really enlightening, would be for, I guess, City Manager, Interim City Manager Murphy. We have other impact fees, transportation impact, construction impact. I know we have a water fund that funds positions, but are there analogous jobs that are, or positions that are paid by various impact fees and funds such as this, or is this unique to the BMR fund? Because I'm just thinking this might, I believe we're going to be discussing BMR guidelines, or the Housing Commission is, this might be something we want to discuss. I just think this is interesting. So I'm wondering if this is unique to the BMR or if this is something in other departments.
Yes, I don't believe it's, sorry about that. I don't believe it's unique. We can kind of go through the ones that you're talking about before. Some of them translate into capital projects. And so then you're ultimately paying for staff time through project delivery there. So I don't think it's unique. We believe it's a eligible use of the funds, totally up to the city council. If you'd like to not use the funds in that regard, the trade-off is then you'd have to, you need to fund it one way or the other. And I know that there's sometimes the confusion with the use of the word fund in multiple ways. But yeah, we don't think that this is unique. I may need to turn to others in terms of the specifics though.
Well, you don't need to go, like I said, down this whole right now, Interim City Manager. I think ideally, like before the next budget cycle, I would love to get a better understanding of which positions are being paid out of these types of other types of funds. I certainly don't want to do anything to impact the budget that we're working on right now. But I think it's just an interesting policy discussion so that we can use the dollars as I think the community is. I just want to make sure we're all transparent and all on the same page of what dollars are being used for. Thank you.
So I think, can I get some thumbs up if for people who are? Okay. This is a yes. And I would say that that's also for that's for the full FTE, both sides of the position. Next is the Safer Bay staffing support. I've got 2 yeses, 3, I'll count myself 4, 5 yeses. The water drought coordinator and support. Okay, yeah, comes from the Water Operations Fund. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses. And these are for contract services, parking enforcement. I'm seeing nods. Yes, we've got yeses on the patrol parking enforcement and an herbicide-free median maintenance. So yes, it's Councilmember
question.
Combs.
What is the herbicide not free medium
Delta.
maintenance cost? Or what are we doing now and what's that cost? I'm just curious.
Thank you, Councilmember Combs, for the question. And I apologize. I entered these numbers in earlier this evening and I swapped them. So the herbicide-free median maintenance is actually the $230,000 figure. And then the parking enforcement is the $500,000 figure. My apologies there. Thank you, Judy. So I think currently our median maintenance routine is through a contract service. In 2017, the City Council had directed staff to cease the use of herbicides from all city parks as part of our integrative pest management policy. And so we have a contract in place with another vendor that does herbicide-free maintenance in the parks, basically hand pulling weeds and overall maintenance, spreading of wood chips to reduce weed growth over time. In the medians, however, the city had continued to use herbicide, but in 2018, the council had requested that we cease that practice as well. So for the last few years, we've been working with the same contractor that does the rest of the maintenance for the city, and they've absorbed this cost and have adjusted service levels in other areas of their contract to be able to continue under kind of their total authorized amount. But particularly over the last 2 years with increased cost on their end, that's proved kind of unsustainable. And so they came back with this request this year in order to be able to continue to maintain the medians throughout the city at a level that has come to be expected. We currently are getting a couple of inquiries, requests for service each week from different areas of the city where there's either weed abatement requests or requests for consideration of sight lines or fire potential fire hazards from that weed growth. And so this is to do that increased level of maintenance that would kind of get us back to where we used to be kind of in pre-use of herbicide, but with some different methods.
Councilmember Combs.
Okay, so now I'm going to follow the $500,000 down to parking enforcement. So does that cover nighttime and daytime or just daytime, right? And nighttime is being covered by staff. And so what does and this in theory is also an enhancement that produces revenue, although I don't think that's something we want to really crow about too much. And I imagine it doesn't produce nearly as much revenue as, for instance, the gymnastics program. But what do you get? What are we getting exactly for that $500,000?
Great. So I'll see if Commander Moffett is available for this question, and if not, I can definitely take a stab at it. But I just see if he happens to be available. Great.
I apologize. I was just on a phone call
No,
with the chief. Could you repeat the question one time?
Yeah, my apologies, Commander Moffett. I'm pretty sure you felt you were done for the night. So I just wanted a little bit clarity about the contract services for parking enforcement. What did that entail? Like, what were we getting? Do we know, like is it a personnel number that we get? Is it like what's that? What's the number of hours? What's the location? Is this mostly about downtown?
Yeah, so I apologize. I have a limited amount of information on this one particular line item. This is to extend our parking enforcement beyond the nighttime hours, which we solely have now. The projected amount that's earmarked tentatively for this is based upon similar services provided to other municipalities of comparable size that are using these types of services without having gone out to RFP at this point. Beyond that, I don't have a lot of detail. I apologize, but I can definitely get additional information to share with council.
Yeah, no, thanks. Yeah, and this is good. City Manager Murphy, you can follow up. You guys can follow up with me. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. And I actually want to just, I believe when we discussed before, one of the great advantages of having the contract is we can move it up and move it down. And so, okay.
Yes, so I am nodding to that, and that is my recollection. It is something where an example where the contract service is scalable more easily compared to some other contract services. Yep.
Thank you. So is there any change to the yes on parking enforcement? Okay, and on the herbicide median maintenance, now that it's 230,000, we've got. Pardon me? It's a bargain. Yeah. Okay, I believe we've got a yes for that one as well. And I'm wondering, City Manager Murphy, do you have a preference for whether what we approach next, whether we go through the CIP items or go through the feedback process, the resourcing options?
Excuse me. Thank you for the question. I do not have a strong preference, so I think we can go with whichever topic is of greatest interest to the council next.
Let's go through the resourcing options next. Do we have any sort of visual on that one? Or if not, probably on page I 1.5 and 1.6. Or going through the attachments. I don't know what would be. $1.2. How did I get 1.5? Okay. Except that doesn't. Mr. Murphy, where would you like, there's also on page 2, where would you like to have us work from?
Sorry, I apologize. You said the resource options. I just need to get reoriented.
So I was
Someone can
looking
help
at
me.
recommended city council feedback process on page 5, where it said, basically it was saying that we would look at resource options and service level enhancements should be included or excluded.
Great. Okay, So resource options in terms of revenue.
I believe so.
Okay, so. Just one second. I'm trying to see in terms of what exhibit would help us best and whether that would be, would you like to look at the 5-year forecast as
Actually,
the
how about-
way of looking at the revenues?
How about, we can just go down the American Resource, the ARP Act money, the UUT and the ERAF. Is there?
Okay.
Those
Those
are
are three major-
essentially the
yeah,
three
exactly,
big
yeah.
ones. Okay. Very good. Starting with the American Rescue Plan money. So this is whether or not to, well, there's 8.7 million there. We've accepted, we've accepted half of that money to date, and there's another half coming. Of that, 2.91 million, I believe, was allocated last year. And of that 0.85 was spent. So it's a matter of whether to reallocate those funds plus another, I'm doing this from memory, 1.67, I think it was. I'm wondering if there, I would love some help.
Yes, I appreciate that. And this is some of the interesting parts of the remote meeting. I just need to get, Judy, would you mind pulling up the presentation slide that had the, yeah, that'd be probably the best thing. Just checking in on a couple other people remote, so please bear with us.
Thank you.
Great, yes, thank you. This is a great slide in terms of talking about the American Rescue Plan Act. Yep, so that's, Mayor, you're doing a good job with your recollections. Yeah, so so this is where the city ultimately needs to spend this money by December 2024. And so this, the proposed budget would use some of the ARPA money to, as one-time funds due to the revenue loss. And then it does indicate through the 5-year forecast the potential use for it in next fiscal year, be the first half of next fiscal year, to fully expend that revenue.
Can we also bring up, now that we've got this here, how about this table, the general fund 5-year forecast, which shows the use of the money? Does that make sense under transfers? Yeah. I'm wondering how, well, how would people like to, actually, let's leave this up here right now. Who wants to start the conversation?
Well, I
Councilmember
think-
Combs.
Yeah, not to put one on the spot, but for those
council members interested in doing something different than the staff recommendation, I'd like to understand the rationale. My default is to support the staff recommendation because I don't have any rationale for why I would do something differently necessarily, but happy to hear what others think.
My hope for the ARPA funds was that it actually would be something that would be used to help individuals, residents in our city who have been, were affected by the pandemic, and that we would be able to set up some programs, do something that really improved the quality of life of people who are affected, or others who are doing something positive for the community as opposed to just using it, using it for the budget. Having seen our budget, I certainly am now interested in using some amount to, I think we do need it for the budget. It is very much needed, but I would love to see some portion of it still used for the community. Having said that, $250,000 of it did go to Samaritan House for helping individuals there. Councilmember Taylor.
I agree with you, Mayor Nash, that I see the American Rescue Plan funds being, I believe that more need to be used for residents in Menlo Park. I do see that there is a budget shortfall, and just wanted to find out if there was any way to actually meet both needs using these funds.
Councilmember Mueller.
I think that by supporting the city government and the services that we provide residents, we are using it to meet city needs. And ARPA funding was put in place actually to help create, to service the gap that would be created by the economic shortfall, tax revenues. And so we're using it in the appropriate fashion by using it this way. I do understand the desire to want to do something to help benefit residents with that, but I think at the very baseline thing we need to do is make sure we provide for city services. So, and then after that, if there's money left over, we can look at it. But I just, at a baseline right now, we have to get the city operational again and serve as the residents to do so. So, but I do appreciate where you guys are coming from, what you want to accomplish. I actually think that what we're doing with the ARPA money is somewhat courageous, because we're going out on a limb a little bit in terms of the way we're using one-time revenues to get the city jump started again. So.
Councilmember Taylor.
I am not sure if everyone in our city receives services. And in order to meet the need of everyone in our city, we need to look at what that need is. And I do not believe that the majority is actually utilizing city services. We reach a small population. And so I see that there is more need, and I'll speak specifically about District 1. We actually have the highest low-income residents in the city. And we have the least amount of the geography of the city. And so I'm looking more specifically about those who don't seek city services, who don't see what we're approving tonight as service level enhancements. They don't receive the services. And I believe a portion of the ARPA funds should cover those residents.
So are there, Vice Mayor Willison?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Yeah, I think when the ARPA funds were handed out to cities, my initial thought definitely was to link it to those most impacted by the pandemic. I do think that, I believe Councilmember Combs brought up the point of kind of individual aid that was given to individuals during the pandemic, and how this was kind of different in that it was a city service, city government aid. I'm wondering, we have this year's budget, we have next year's budget, and then we have to spend the money by the end of 2024, I believe. So I'm wondering, and this is a question for interim city manager, what's your name? Murphy. God, the names get so much. Let's say hypothetically, I agree with what's been said about our budget right now, today for this year. I feel like we need to balance the budget and we need this revenue now. But we're going to have another tranche, like another 4-something million coming. Is there even I know you're really under resourced right now. I mean, I feel like it's not like we know today, let's say we decide collectively that we want to give it to those most impacted by the community or those residents in a district that are most hit hard. How would we even, what would that process even look like? I'm concerned whether we have the resources and the time to get through a process like that by the deadline. And then in the absence of such a process, is there a way to, and I think the answer is no, given the ARPA guidelines, to kind of earmark those funds, put them into a fund with the expressed intent on future use in a certain manner, while we're sorting through the details of how to disseminate that funding for the desired purpose that I mentioned of those most impacted. So I guess my question is, staff capacity wise, would we even have a chance to figure out how to spend that money if we chose we wanted to somehow address, I would say the first half of it to support staff recommendations on right now, but the second half of it, do we have an opportunity to discuss more thoughtfully how to spend that money? And then if we don't have the time by 2024, do we have any leeway in terms of earmarking the money for that express purpose in the future?
Let's see, so I could take the first stab at that and then may need assistance from others. So yeah, so there's approximately $3.7 million that should be available for spending in fiscal year 2023, 2024. Needs to be spent by the end of 2024, which is halfway through the next fiscal year. So if we would, so during this upcoming fiscal year, 2022, 2023, we could indeed allocate a little bit of time to identify if there was a, I'll say relatively simple process that we could go through in terms of how that money could potentially be spent next year. But if it's an extensive process, I see that would be pretty challenging for us to do. So if, again, for tonight's action, or not tonight's action, this budget cycle, the council is not fully committing to how that money would be spent. We would need to revisit the draft resolution that we have in front of you just to make sure that we're providing some flexibility. But if there's a specific program or idea that the council has for how to potentially spend that money, we'd be more than open to hearing those ideas. But if it's a matter of going through a process to figure out how to spend the money, that's going to be pretty labor intensive.
Thank you. And then just to follow up, even though I think I know the answer, in terms of kind of punting it, setting aside a certain dollar amount to figure out later, is that allowed?
we could look into that. I think based off what I know to date, that's going to be pretty challenging. And again, with some of this, if there's need now, we should be figuring out ways to help people now and not delaying. So, but again, as I said, we would look to preserve as much flexibility as possible for how the money could be spent in fiscal year 2023, 2024. But I think to go much beyond that would be challenging on its surface.
The two ideas that we had just, Councilmember Taylor and I had batted around were looking at some sort of citywide program for basically just helping seniors citywide, or trying to do some sort of program for teens, like young adults, and just trying to somehow do something that engages them in and some program for them. And I don't know exactly what that would look like yet. And I mean, I think it would be great if we do some portion of the budget as of the ARPA amount, somewhere between 25 and, I mean, I would even say if we could do 25%, that would be great to set that aside, use the rest for the city budget, because yes, that is definitely a great need and strongly within the mainstream of what we're supposed to be using the money for. So I'm wondering, is Councilmember Combs?
Yeah, just so I can understand, when you say a program for teens or seniors, where we give them money or something else? I just, like, is that possible? Could we just give people? Okay, all right. If that's not what you're suggesting, then I just, yeah, totally.
Definitely not.
Yeah, it was doing some sort of program. Councilmember Mueller.
So if it comes down to the budget not being balanced, in order to do that, what do we cut from the budget to balance it? What do we, I mean, do you guys want to table it and then see if the budget doesn't balance first, or do you want to spend from rep, or do you, because at the end of the day, if we don't balance the budget because we're not using the ARPA money for it, then what we really are doing is we're not using ARPA money for it, we're using reserves for it. We're just calling it ARPA money. So the question is, like, you know, do you guys want to set aside, do you want to take 25% of the ARPA money and set it aside and then go back and look at that money at the end and see like whether you want to do that or cut something, or like, what do you, I just, because we don't, I understand that you have sort of like a rough idea sketched out of what you might want to use it on, but it hasn't been like, there's no definition around that, whereas staff really has like very defined budget for us to approve tonight. So if like, I can get like, if you guys want to set aside a bucket there, and then when we're at the end and we're saying, okay, is this balanced or not? What we're really talking about is, okay, we're setting this, we're going to probably, if it's not balanced, we're taking money for reserves, or we're cutting something from the budget to make it balanced. And that's fine. Like, I'm not being critical of it. I just trying to figure out a way to do it.
I appreciate that. Councilmember Taylor and then Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you. Well, just with a follow-up was that's what I'm hoping we can do this evening. And I am looking at existing conditions of residents along with looking at existing conditions of our city. And I believe my role is to look at both equally.
Yeah, so the way I'm thinking about this is we have the budget that we're approving in the next few weeks, and then we have the future. And the staff recommendation is to use 3,700,000 of the ARPA money right now, but which I agree with. And then given there's so much uncertainty about the future, we're still in the pandemic, then I think what I'd like to do, I'm really hoping that in January, February, March, we have an opportunity to have a goal setting and a proper priority setting uh, thing, which we, for understandable reasons, weren't able to have this year. And then that to me would be the appropriate time to bring forward, if we're looking at new programs or new allocations of dollars, maybe to a CIP project that benefits a certain area. That to me would be the appropriate time to look at that. And then in the context of the remaining ARPA dollars. But I don't think I'm ready right now to look at ARPA as a whole and carve out a chunk without knowing a little bit more about what it's for. But I'm certainly willing to have a conversation going into the next budget cycle, hopefully again, starting, let's say in January or so, that takes into consideration this concept going forward. So that's I think where I am.
City Manager Murphy, do you have enough information on this, or do you, or perhaps I should be, what do you need from us at this point about the ARPA?
Let's see. So it would be helpful for me just knowing the fiscal year 2022-23 budget and then future. So for fiscal year 2022-2023, whether there's majority support for the use of the full allocation of ARPA as shown in the proposed budget or not. So yes, no on that. And then secondarily, if there's support for what Vice Mayor Wollaston just said about next subsequent fiscal year, that concept definitely seemed workable to me.
Councilmember Combs.
I'm supportive of the city manager's direction.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Could we pull up slide 5 when you get a chance? Maybe not. Is there a slide? I believe the next one we had on the is the UUT and ERAF.
Great. So maybe if the mayor's okay, maybe we could talk about ERAF first and then go to UUT, because I think
Please, thank
with
you.
UUT, it may be worthwhile to have the multi-year projection, because that is a consideration with UUT. So for ERAF, what is included in the proposed budget is the city receiving 100% of its estimated share as estimated by the county. In years past, there'd been initial budgeting for 50%. In most years, the city ultimately received 100% of those estimates. Last year, the council did budget for the full 100%. We're on track for receiving the full 100%. ERAF and vehicle license fee are both topics of quite a bit of discussion at the state level in terms of how they may impact certain counties, especially San Mateo County. So we understand that there's some fragility related to that revenue for future years, but we believe that we're, based off what we know today, that we're on pretty solid ground for this upcoming fiscal year. So we just wanted to get confirmation that the council would be okay budgeting the full 100% estimate of what the county has identified as the city's share of excess ERAF.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, City Manager Murphy. I will weigh in on this after the answers that were the questions in the CCIN post are answered. Thank you.
Do you by chance have the CCIN post, and is it brief enough to ask the question or just provide the questions to the rest of us, not to have them answered today, but just.
For the fiscal year 2022 and 2023, it appears we have over $4 million in ERAF returned to us from the county's ERAF. How is this money distributed? Are all school districts affected by current and proposed development equally considered in allocating funds?
Thank you. I will say, Vice Mayor Willison, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I was the one last year that kind of lobbied to include 100% of the ERAF. And given the positive news out of the state about the outlook for this year's budget, I'm comfortable with that again. I am wondering though, for the forecasting of 2024 to 2027, if it makes sense to incorporate some kind of uncertainty. I don't know if that's possible or, but it does seem to be like a year by year analysis, and assuming that it's going to come in for all those future years seems a little strong.
City Manager Murphy.
That's totally a fair point. We can include that in future updates to the 5-year forecast if that's the desire of the council.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, it actually is my desire that we wean ourselves off ERAF. I don't think I think you guys don't know what ERAF is, right? It's from the school districts. I don't think we should be getting ERAF. San Mateo County is one of 5 counties in the state that allows ERAF to come down through the county and then be given to cities. I think ERAF money should flow through the county, should go into a JPA and go back to schools that need it. And so I think the whole fiction that the schools are okay and don't need the money to begin with is so infuriating given the equity issues we have with our school districts. So I think we need to be forward thinking and get ourselves off it and then start pushing that it go where it's supposed to.
Any concerns about putting 100% in at this point?
We run the risk that there might be, I mean, we need to balance our budget, but I don't actually want to depend on it next year at all. And I don't think it's going to be there 2 years from now. I think people are looking at ERAF and saying this needs to change.
Do you need any additional information from us at this point, or?
No, it's just to recap, we'll work on answering the questions that were posed. I'm seeing at least some indications of support for including it in the 22-23 budget. For future year forecasts, we'll be coming back with options for reducing reliance on it in years to come.
Yes. And I heard fairly strong support for this year.
To be able to retain it.
To retain it in the budget this year.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So at this point, we will, let's look at UUT.
Great, and I believe there's a couple components to this, but the 5-year forecast may be helpful, but there's within the resolution that's in front of the city council, there's 2 components. One is related to finding regarding the UUT that it's needed for the city's fiscal health, and we can kind of, if need be, pull up those three considerations or so that would be important to identify that it's needed, and part of that's looking at more than 1 year at a time. So that's where the 5-year projection would definitely be assistance. And then the second part about UUT is the level. So UUT can be imposed at a higher rate than it has been traditionally. It's been reduced on an annual basis to a rate of 1%. And so the proposed budget does include that same level of funding at 1%. So happy to discuss further about the financial health finding that's which involves looking at multiple years, and then secondarily in terms of what the rate should be for fiscal year 2022, 2023. Those would be two distinct items that the council would ultimately be asked for.
Thank you. Yes, if there's something we can pull up for the, perhaps it's I-115 to look at the financial health, the findings that are needed.
Yeah, so we'll be pulling up this, so that will be a resolution.
Thank you very much. And so is there any discussion on the dais? All right. Councilmember Combs, for you? Or
Well, I'm supportive of making the findings and retaining it at the 1% level it's currently at, right?
Vice Mayor Willison.
Yeah, I believe that we are absolutely needing UUT to keep our city in a financially healthy position so that we can take care of our ongoing expenses with ongoing revenue. We're really dipping into our one-time funds this cycle. Our reserves are going down. I think the projections going in the future are showing those reserves at really under council policy levels that put our city at a big risk. And, we have so many service level needs that our community has that this revenue source is critical for maintaining a balanced budget and for the financial health of our city.
Councilmember Mueller.
It was well said, Councilmember Wilson. I don't have anything to add. I support the findings and holding the UUT at 1%.
I do as well. Is there more information that is needed on this?
No, I believe that's a helpful input, and we'll make sure that the resolutions that will be set up for approval at the next meeting reflect that.
Thank you. And thank you very much, City Clerk Karen, for pulling up the highlighted findings. Thank you. Should we go to the CIP next?
Yes. I guess I'd say, yes, I think that'd be great, Chair.
Happy to go in a different direction if you
No,
have any preference.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
So just giving people a minute to get together. So I think, Judy, I believe that there may be the one slide that just identifies the items for this year.
Is this the correct slide?
Hey, Judy, maybe try slide 22.
Sorry, what was that, Nikki?
Slide 22.
Got
That's
it.
the
Thank you.
list of the proposed projects. Sure. Thank you.
Public Works Director Nagayak, you are could you explain exactly what you're looking for from the council?
Sure. So as part of the proposed budget, the 5-year capital improvement programs included with that. The first year of proposed funding is what would be part of the budget approval should you move in that direction at the next meeting. So this list of projects is a short list of those that are new. And have funding requests for next year. So I can also pull up some other slides showing all of the carryover projects if you have other questions, but in general, we're looking for confirmation that the things on this list are things that you would like to see funded in the capital program next year.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you, Ms. Nagaya. And I know that there's sensitivity and kind of mucking with anything on this list, given where we are in the fiscal year and staff capacity. And I already brought up the grade separation item, is it number 56, and my desire to just change the wording from being on hold. The one other one that I just wanted to flag, which again, no real work needs to happen on it right now, but I just wanted to elevate it, would be number 37, which is under streets and sidewalks, the downtown parking structure study. And it's currently written for kind of an older vision of the downtown parking lots in the context of the housing element conversations we've been having. We're looking at potentially redeveloping some of our parking lots for housing. And so I just think that this item just needs a refresh and update on the wording and the description of it. And then I would hope, again, looking forward to some type of priority setting, goal setting next year, that we can discuss making this happen sooner than later. Because our housing element strategy relies so much on our public parking lots. So for now, I would just, it's just the description that I think is a little off. So that's my question, comment, request. I'm not sure what that is.
Thank you. Other Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I'm fairly supportive of the new projects identified. The electrify Burgess pool heating equipment, is that because it is coming to the end of its natural life of usage, or is this more of a nice to have? I'm just going by the new projects listed.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Combs. So it is at the end of its useful life. One of the other currently funded projects is a facilities inventory and maintenance plan. And so as part of that work, we've been auditing all the city facilities to make sure that we have appropriate preventative maintenance strategies in place. And one of the first things that that study has identified is the need to look at replacing the pool heating equipment. And so under Climate Action Plan goal number 5, to work to eliminate fossil fuels from city operations, then we are beginning the process to evaluate electric heating equipment. So that's proposed as one of the new projects.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. 2 questions. One is there a grant for this project? And then also, does the operator contribute? any funding for the maintenance?
Yeah, so as part of this initial work, it's the overall replacement of the equipment is planned over several fiscal years. But there may be some grant opportunities available through PG&E or other sources. So our environmental, excuse me, our sustainability team is looking at those options in more detail right now. It may not offset this first year funding request, but could offset the cost of actually doing the replacement of the equipment at that time. In terms of contributions from the operator, the agreement that we have in place with the current operator does delegate the maintenance of the facility to the city. So there wouldn't necessarily be a contribution from the operator. But as I'm sure that the council is aware, you're beginning the process to also begin a request for proposal process for operations at both the Burgess and new MPCC pool. And so that's something that we could coordinate on internally and see if there is a desire to reevaluate that maintenance arrangement as part of that request for proposal as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller, did you have any comments?
No, just my only question is, are we sure that Burgess Pool can maintain proper heating through electrification? So that's my only, like, I want to do it, but I also want to make sure it works. So I will leave that to professional staff to quality control, check that. So I appreciate the effort, but if it can't be, if it's not feasible for a pool that size to have the temperature maintained through that manner, we just have to be realistic with that fact. So I think it's great, want to do it, but if it can't be done, we need to make sure that we have facilities working for residents.
I have nothing more to add either. Do you need any additional input on this? Sounds like we're.
Not necessarily, but I wouldn't mind just one clarification regarding the comment from Vice Mayor Willison about updating the description of that one item, whether that's something that the council would like us to do when we bring it back to you, or was that an advisement as we start working on finishing the housing element, the goal setting and priority for next year? Like, are you looking for a description revision at the next meeting?
If it can wait, if you think it can wait till next year, I just don't want it to be forgotten.
Great. Yeah, no,
Okay,
that's
that's fine. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Are there other resolutions, anything that you need additional input on at this point?
I will be double checking with others. I'll double check myself. I will comment on a little bit about the 5-year projection. So based off some feedback this evening, we will be working to provide an updated 5-year projection as part of the next staff report. So and any changes that we make will summarize in the staff report so that people could compare what was released in the current staff report, the next staff report. So we will be making those changes. And then I'll just see if there's anything else from a staff perspective, if there's anything else that we know that we need some input on. Not seeing anything just yet.
Table 1 is good. You don't need input on that. General fund balance components.
Yes, so just regarding that, just to be able to identify a couple of things here. One thing in particular regarding the Menlo Park City School District assigned balance. So in, I believe it was fiscal year 2017, 18, and 4 or so years ago, the city did earmark funds that would be designated for the Menlo Park City School District or its designee. And so we are in the process of identifying that mechanism to make that transfer. It would require separate action by the city council, but it is likely that that money would actually be spent in this upcoming fiscal year, and may just require a discrete action. So it's not, it's in some ways it's been earmarked, but it's not officially kind of in the budget for the spending. So we'll just take that as a discrete action by the city council. And then with the other reserves, this is a matter of being able to build back some of the reserves that the city council did tap over the past couple of years. So this represents building back up, especially the economic stabilization reserve.
Thank you. And so on my notes, it says a motion and a second. I don't believe we're needing anything.
No, there's no action. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So at this point, we will move on to regular business. Actually, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I just have a question about the revenues and the one-time 1.3 million. This is on page I 1.4. It's the same source of funding. It says one-time 1.3 million from Meta, then the Bayfront mitigation 2.3. It's all from the same source, or is this two separate?
That's two separate. So good question. Definitely in some ways related, but the money is placed in two discrete funds, and it's, you know, the 3-digit number. And I believe Mr. Davis was talking about some of those numbers during his presentation. Maybe the first one, the one-time fund is like 111, and Bayfront mitigation maybe 352 or 362. For those two funds, the first one, the one time, is revenue that comes from 3 discrete development agreements for Meta, formerly Facebook. All of those have certain timeframes associated with them. So the revenue that comes from those 3 development agreements are now placed in this standalone fund, whereas in previous years it was commingled with the overall general fund. So that's the one time. And then the second one, the Bayfront mitigation, is specific to a single development agreement. And that definitely will be, the source of the funds will be ending soon, but you can look at the balances of each of those funds with one of the attachments. I believe it's maybe like attachment R. So if it's helpful, we could pull that up, because I think it would be, given that the name of one time may be a little challenging, it may be worthwhile for people to see it. So I'm scrolling myself. It's attachment R, and then maybe it needs to go up one page. Yes, thank you. So just to kind of get oriented, Fund 100 is the general fund, and some of that is collapsed here, that you can get into much more detail, but this is pretty comparable to what you were just seeing on that table 1. And then under one-time developer in lieu, so there's a series of funds there. And so that fund 111, one time, that's showing that as of June 30th, 2022, there's $1.6 million in there. We're expecting 1.35 million coming from 3 different development agreements. So at the end of June 30th, 2023, there'd be $3 million in there. None of this money is being programmed, so it's available at the council's discretion. The proposed budget is not tapping any of that money. So that's the Fund 111, and then the Bayfront mitigation is Fund 332. So that shows a starting balance of 9.3 million, 2.5 million coming in this year, a total of 11 million. And this is where this 2.5 million may be the fifth of 5 payments. And so I think that's the case. Yeah. So whereas the Fund 111 has some future revenue associated with it, the Bayfront Mitigation Fund, the maximums look likely to be that 11.8 million. Again, the money is not being programmed in next year's budget.
Are there any other questions? All right, now we will proceed to regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item is J1, adopt a resolution of support for Block Power LLC to provide building electrification services for building owners. And to introduce the item is Sustainability Manager Rebecca Lucky.
Good evening, Mayor Nash and council members. I'm Rebecca Lucky, the Sustainability Manager for the city. Given the time at hand, there's no presentation for this item tonight, but I do want to highlight the rationale and significance of this agenda item and how it can support our climate action plan and alignment with previous city council direction from August 31st, 2021. So decarbonization of existing buildings is a significant priority for the city to be carbon neutral by 2030. Natural gas is one type of fossil fuel that is contributing to climate change that's impacting our lives more than ever, from wildfires to extreme heat, sea level rise, and water supply shortages. Natural gas is typically used on the West Coast for heating water and heating buildings during the winter. It's also used for cooking and drying clothes in certain applications. In Menlo Park, 41% of the community's greenhouse gas emissions come from natural gas used in buildings. Decarbonization of existing buildings really means switching natural gas equipment used in buildings to electric equipment. The city does procure greenhouse gas free electricity from Peninsula Clean Energy. So we've got over 98% of customers in Menlo Park subscribing to greenhouse gas free electricity, which makes electric equipment a cleaner choice than natural gas equipment. The city already does require that many new buildings be all electric. However, there are challenges to electrifying the existing building stock, such as the age and type of the building, possible electrical upgrades that may be needed, or relocating equipment as well, and also addressing priority measures that may be affecting a building, such as health and safety upgrades that might be needed. And there's also contractor and industry knowledge that's needed to support affordable and timely transitions to electric equipment. So over the last 6 months, we've been working with Block Power along with Menlo Spark and Environmental Quality Commissioner Angela Evans to determine how to further support Block Power's building electrification services in the community to help reach our climate action plan goals. So Block Power is a private company that offers a direct install type of program that includes financing if desired. And it really allows any building owner in Menlo Park to electrify voluntarily. And so there was a study session back in April on this topic, and Block Power did provide a presentation to the City Council. So for tonight, attachment A in the staff report includes a resolution of support for Block Power for the council to consider. Approval of this resolution wouldn't require any upfront or any ongoing payments to Block Power. Menlo Spark and Commissioner Evans have really committed to raising up to $35 million in funds to support Block Power and scaling up in Menlo Park and supporting the transition affordably for low to moderate income building owners. However, there is some in-kind staff services that are needed for support and are included in the resolution. And that's mainly to help give the community information about Block Power services and how participating can help the city reach its climate action plan goals. So Block Power did include an implementation plan for the first 3 years, and they're looking to electrify 15 buildings this year, 100 next year, and 1,000 or more per year in 2024 and beyond. And the last point I would just add is approving the resolution is really in alignment with previous city council direction in August of 2021, where the council directed a turnkey program be provided for building owners. And in the audience tonight are Block Power staff and Menlo Spark to answer any questions regarding services and funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk Karen, could you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item J1, adopt a resolution of support for Block Power LLC to provide building electrification services for building owners, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Diane Bailey, followed by Nicole Kemney.
Good evening, Mayor Nash and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Diane Bailey. I'm director of Menlo Spark, a community climate action nonprofit. We've been working closely with Block Power and with community stakeholders in support of this project for almost a year. And I'll keep this very brief. I'm just commenting to say that I urge you and I hope that you'll adopt the resolution of support this evening for Block Power to provide building electrification services in Menlo Park. And I just wanted to note a few things that this is a voluntary program that folks can choose to participate if they want to. It costs the city nothing, and it really helps the city make meaningful progress towards our climate goals. One of the things that I am committed to do and that Menlo Spark is committed to do is to raise funding for the program to make sure that we can really focus on helping low-income homes get the upgrades that they need. And this will provide really significant health benefits and resilience benefits to those homes. And that's really a priority for us with this program. Another aspect of the program that I'm very excited about is the workforce training. This program would provide really good middle-class jobs, and we're very focused on developing a partnership with JobTrain, a local nonprofit, to help employ folks in the community and produce the installers that we need to keep the costs down for this program to be successful. The last thing I want to note is that Angela Evans, EQC Commissioner, has really been the lead on this program, and she's dealing with a serious health issue right now. I truly hope that she's okay. I just wanted to acknowledge her leadership on this program, and I know that she's very committed to see it through and have it be successful. Thank you so much to staff for spending a lot of time and effort developing this program. I think this will be a great asset to the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Nicole Kemney, and this will also be the final call for public comment on item J1.
Thank you so much. Greetings, Mayor Nash and City Council. I'm Nicole Kemney. I'm a Menlo Park resident and just finished serving a 5.5-year term as president of 350 Silicon Valley, the local climate organization. And I just have 2 points to make briefly. One is that I think we have, ample commitment in our city and understanding of the problem of climate change. And we know we have to do something really different from what we've been doing before. and it has to be done soon and on a grand scale. And we know electrification is a key component to responding to the climate crisis that we face. And to those things that we all already know, what I'd like to add is that Block Power presents us with what I think is a golden opportunity to overcome many of the obstacles and objections and hesitancy that the populace of Menlo Park may have regarding electrification. It makes it easy for people to do. It's one-stop shopping. It can demonstrate, importantly, I think, that it is doable and that it can be successful. So I think the best way for us to make progress towards electrification is to get a program off the ground that demonstrates that this is really doable and we really can live with it, and it's easy and it's comfortable. We have to do it and we can do it. While we're demonstrating to people that this is so very doable, we'll also be getting some gas appliances offline, and I hope providing some much needed air conditioning to people who don't currently have it. And with our increase in extreme heat, it's really only the equitable thing to do in this town. Thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comment. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you very much. Let's open for city council discussion. Councilmember Mueller.
I actually just want to go ahead and make the motion. So I just want to make the motion to adopt the resolution of support for Block Power LLC to provide building electrification services for building owners that want to voluntarily electrify their natural gas equipment to electric as attached in Exhibit A.
I'll second.
Thank you. City Clerk Heron, could you please state the motion and call for a vote?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, the motion on the floor by City Council Member Mueller and a second by City Council Member Taylor to adopt a resolution of support for Block Power LLC to provide building electrification services for building owners that want to voluntarily electrify their natural gas equipment to electric. Any further City Council question or discussion?
Yeah, I'm really excited about the motion and the second. I just wanted to point out one thing in the staff report, and I think this is important as Ms. Bailey and Ms. Evans go out to seek funding. There's a comment in the staff report about this. A comment about this not being a partnership, and I think it's not we're definitely not signing a contract with Block Power, but through the resolution, our city is looking to work with Block Power as stated in the resolution. So I just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none by roll call vote. City Council Member Combs,
Yes.
City Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Willison,
Yes.
Mayor Nash,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very exciting. Informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Heron, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our informational item K1 regarding City Council agenda topics, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our informational item K1. Seeing no hands, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you very much. Are there any city council questions on any of the info items? Let's move on to city manager's report. And I'd like to introduce interim city manager, Justin Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I don't have any reports this evening. I typically do like to have reports, but this evening the focus was on the budget. So nothing new to report.
Thank you so much. Are there any city council member reports since the May 24th city council meeting?
I have one.
Councilmember Mueller.
So this is just in case there's a resident who tuned in tonight who wanted to know, last night there was a very loud boom in West Menlo Park around midnight that caused quite a bit of concern with neighbors. And just for those right now, the word from the police department was that it was most likely an industrial sized firework. And they're trying to figure out who it was. So, but I started getting phone calls from residents last night at midnight wanting to know what that was. So, anyway, there you go.
Thank you very much. Any other council member reports? All right, we are adjourned at 9:51. Good job, everyone.